All right, I think my mic's working. Hey, Agent Cooper, how's it going? That. All right, we need a to-do list. Tournament strategy selector, because that fucked up in ProBots. Ending drone rush. Cyclone bug. What else do I want to work on? Ghost plus Hellbat build, which I think will be way better than the Ghost and Marauder build anyways. Hey, Quaid. Yeah, I got a day I can do some work here, so figured I might as well stream it. There's something else I wanted to do. I can't remember. Well, that's... I think everything else I've done. I've already kind of worked on this build. The funniest thing about my Ghost Hellbat build is my bot didn't actually have the ability to make reactors, or to understand that a reactored structure can build 2 units at a time. So I had to build that into my bot. Oh, I don't have any Hellbat micro yet, which should be very basic. It's not much a Hellbat can do. Hellbat micro. Always better step forward. I think a Hellbat should always stutter step forward. Well, not against Zerglings. Then they should be stuttering back. But anything out of range them, it should stutter forward. And then stuttering forward also means they'll get more splash damage done if they get right on top of the unit. Stutter back versus melee. Hey, Blixel. Let me make sure my YouTube has the right title. Last time this software didn't update the title. Robot submission day. That is wrong. How do I edit this? I like how the first recommended video for me is my own stream. Yeah, there's I'm using this restream software. So you should be able to just update the title, update all, and see how it's saving for both Twitch and YouTube, but the YouTube one doesn't seem to work. I'll have to look into it. Yeah. There was another thing, but it's not coming to me. What should we do first? Let's look into the cyclone bug, because I noticed that last week. I noticed it before too, but I never really dug deep into what was happening. If I'm going to face the Zerg bot and use my battle mech build, though, I need to solve it. So let's go to ESJamp's YouTube and check out the VOD of last week. See if we can figure out where it went wrong.
But the bad news. Ratoshes. Barely living. Catback does a really good job of kind of going out to meet an army and then making them pay for the ground.
So if you watch my cyclones, sometimes they were charging towards the enemy,
kind of dart back and forth,
just like going completely suicidal, like right there. It's kind of off the screen though. Let's see if I can find a better example of what happened.
That's not how he engages it.
All right, 153.52. Oops, did I get the time wrong?
That's the thing about the
I got the time wrong. 155? 52?
Dart back and forth and make it really hard for the army to actually advance.
Man, I can't tell with the resolution. Did it burrow?
So
Looked like it burrowed.
If he just sat there and fought those roaches, this would die. That's not how he engages it.
Yeah, when it burrowed, it dove in on it.
Ooh, yeah, here we go. Finally, the roaches, I thought they were going to be way too tentative. They kept
So something about the
back
target burrowing.
In a little kiting war against the Cyclones, they were never going to win that. But finally, they did just push in, and they're going to be able to deny that base. They're getting some damage done in that mineral line a little bit, just causing a little bit of chaos here.
Yeah, he did again there.
Nothing really drastic though has happened. Catback still has a great worker count. He's starting to expand in other places all over the map here. But this is looking a lot better for us.
Yeah, it is. I think that I think the Banshees to kind of engage this. They scattered off to do their own thing, but
yeah, his Banshees do seem to have a mind of their own a lot of the time. Yeah. But that's kind of what you want, right? Because they're the harassing unit.
Yeah, something about the roaches burrowing. is making my cyclones dive in on it. Let's see if we can figure out what's causing that. Cyclone is a little complicated as it's has a whole bunch of different states, and
Target acquired.
you kind of have to keep track yourself of what you're locked onto. Okay, so if currently trying to lock on, no. Mobile. So I think it's probably in here. If I'm unsafe, or if I'm not trying to stay within damage range. I think this method is like figures out if I'm about to lose vision of my lock target. Then I do a retreat. So maybe in here. Maybe there's something going on in this method. If I'm about to lose vision. Yeah. So 13 range, because at 14 you lose the lock. Or if it's more than 10 range away and I'm about to lose visibility, then I'll move forward. Don't think that has anything to do with a burrowed unit though. Target near death. Oh, maybe this is it. Because you can't see the health of a burrowed unit, can you? So what if a burrowed unit, well, the API tells me the burrowed unit has a health of 0, which may be what happens. Then maybe my bot's like, well, just try to maintain the lock because, you know, it's almost dead. It's still alive, but it has 0 health, so it's about to die. So just to keep the lock going. But then I still shouldn't be doing it if it's... Always false. I still shouldn't be doing it from close range though. If I'm about to lose vision, return false. Be suicidal versus Tempest, which is fine. This is kind of like a hack I did because right now my Cyclones don't do anything versus Tempest, but just stay back and die. Maintain lock if target is near dead. Okay, let's make this method actually do what it says it's going to do and only check vision. And I think outside of this, No, that's not what I wanted to do. Hang on. It's this I want to do. If range is greater than 10. Yeah, I don't think we should ever be moving towards the enemy if the range is greater than 10. Or the range is less than 10. Because cyclones have vision range of 11. So even if I want to like stay in danger to attack this unit, I don't have to get closer than 10 range. What did I do here? There you go. So if the range is less than 10, then I never want to stay in damage range. I only care about this when I got 10 or more range away. And then range is represented by that. And we can pass into that function so I don't have to calculate it twice. Okay, let's test out this burrowed roach thing. Oop. Let's spawn some roaches, some burrowed roaches, and some cyclones and see what happens. When game start. Oh, doing the debug actually. Okay, so let's spawn myself a cyclone. At my natural. And to see the burrowed roach, I'm going to need a raven as well. And then we'll spawn the enemy burrowed roach. And we'll put that at my natural bunker position. Okay, let's see what happens. I have a feeling the AI is just going to unburrow the roach immediately. And we're not going to test anything. Let's also put a breakpoint in the... Well, I guess we can put it anywhere. We'll put it in the cyclone code. And launch this guy. I have a game I can show you, Slime. Someone tried it out playing my bot. I don't know what rank he is, but he has over 400 APM as a Zerg. Or did I already show this on stream? I already showed it. Never mind. I showed it last stream. Or last coding stream. But yeah, 400 APM Zerg played my bot, and my bot was doing its Mass Raven meme build, and the Mass Raven won the game. And that was with a heavily bugged Mass Raven. That actually allowed me to see that my Ravens are doing kind of the opposite of what they're supposed to do in terms of throwing down auto turrets. So nowadays they'd be like way stronger. Basically, my bot doesn't want to waste auto turrets, so if the enemy's pushing in on me, I'll be throwing down auto turrets in its path, and if the bot's retreating away, I'll try to put auto turrets right on top of him, or don't throw down auto turrets at all. And my bot was actually doing the opposite of that. So when he was attacking in, I would never throw down auto turrets, and when he would flee, when he retreats, then my bot would like spam them all out. It made no sense at all. Okay, let's see what's going on here.
Target acquired.
So let's turn off the scene swapper, because that's going to get annoying quickly. Stop. And then we can go back to this scene. Okay, let's go one more frame. Can't even see the roach yet. Whoops. Okay, there we go. So there's the burrowed roach. Let's see what information that burrowed roach is giving me. Because much like for a human player, they try to give us the same information a human gets. And the human can see the health. So I think my hypothesis is wrong. Unless there is stuff we don't get in the API though, so let's double check. It says get all the enemy units I can see.
Target acquired.
This font's probably going to be low, but yeah, roach burrowed. Let's see what it says for health. Health 145. So that does not explain why my bot was running in on the roaches. Let's let me push it a couple more frames just to be sure, as it just spawned. Roach burrowed. Health is 145. Yeah. So, I guess back to the Liberator. No, not Liberator. What am I looking at? Cyclone, right. When the roach burrows, my Cyclone just starts moving towards it when it has a lock on. Maybe it doesn't know that it's locked onto it anymore. Do I ever look at, like... I guess the other thing we can check... Hang on. Let's wait till we actually get a lock. Unfortunately, just unburrowed. Maybe it's still burrowed? I'm not sure. It's unburrowing. I'm not sure what state it's in right now. Let's see what it says. Yeah, it's back to a regular roach. Maybe restart. Maybe I can catch it on a frame where it's still burrowed, but has a lock on it. Because if you look at the roach, it'll have a buff, and the buff will say cyclone lock. So maybe I can't see that. Do I ever even look at that, though? I may not even use that in my code. Yeah, I'm checking to see if the lock target has a buff. Oops. Ah. Every time I pan off that window, it scrolls the window. Okay. It's got a lock. It looks like it's burrowed still. Unit type is roach burrowed. Health is still 145. Let's look at its buffs. Buffs. One buff, lock on. So that's not the issue either. Let's go back to the video again.
But that's kind of what you want, right? Because
Yeah.
they're the harassing unit. You want them to go off and do secret missions and work on
Yeah.
mineral lines.
You do want that, just generally not when
This
there's
guy.
roaches in
Is this highest resolution? Ooh, doesn't look good.
your natural.
Like this guy right here is about to get a
But yeah,
base.
this guy's great. Yeah, he's gonna get an entire base by himself.
Oh yeah.
Unless, yeah. there's
Hydras,
detection
what are
now.
you doing? Go kill it. Oh no!
Okay, we
Cut
gotta
her
find
off.
out what.
Goes and sees it and is like,
Yeah,
okay,
unfortunately my
fine,
opponent
go and
crashed,
leave.
so we didn't get a lot of information there.
Such a pain.
I guess I can just load up a replay too.
A whole lot as far as mobile army. Yeah, he's got all those widow mines,
Yeah.
but
He's-
he's got Banshees coming out now, but he's
Yeah,
really just got like a
Banshees.
Cyclone or two, a couple Hellions. Here we go. Here it all comes. Okay.
Yeah,
Not
exactly.
very
He
big,
doesn't have a stand and fight army exactly.
Yeah.
But yeah, he's gonna. Ketrock does a really good job of kind of going out to meet an army and then making them pay for the ground. So he's gonna bring.
There
all
was
the lines
attacking
up,
a burrowed
he's gonna bring
unit,
the turrets up,
and it
he's
didn't
gonna
retreat. Maybe it has nothing to
kind
do
of
with
dart
burrow.
back and forth and make it really hard for the army to actually advance. And
There, just dove in.
so.
Yeah,
even
I
though
don't
he
think it's
just
related
sat
to the
there and
burrow.
thought those roaches, this would die. That's not how he engages it.
Yeah, there dove in again as well.
Ooh, yeah, here we go. Finally, the roaches. I thought they were going to be way too tentative. They kept pulling back and
Yeah.
in a little kiting.
Yeah, it just so happens that when I lock onto a target, my opponent would burrow the unit to retreat because it was taking damage. So I don't think it's related to burrow at all. But for some reason, my bot is diving in. Let's see if I can actually recreate it. Let's spawn a bunch more stuff. Let's spawn 10 cyclone. Well, gonna be hard to figure out which cyclone's the one. uh, I guess we'll just stick with one cyclone. 3 roaches. Five roaches. Okay, let's try it again. Let's remove that breakpoint. Did I start it? What's happening? Unfortunately, the roaches are running away. How can we make it so the AI will actually attack the roaches? Let's give him more. Maybe if I give him 15 roaches, he'll decide to attack. And then maybe if we change its playstyle, if we set it to rush, that could work. It probably won't work, but we'll give it a try. If this doesn't work, I'm just going to eyeball my way through the code and see if I can spot it. There's probably only a couple situations where a cyclone is actually moving towards the target. The other problem is the cyclone thinks it can outrange the roach, so it'll start using its auto attack. And even though it technically does outrange the roach, it outranges it by such a tiny amount that it just takes all the hits. One more try. Yeah, I guess the one nice thing about also streaming to YouTube is all my VODs are now saved forever. Or on Twitch, they auto-delete after like 2 weeks. Maybe when the enemy unit faces away, I charge into it. I don't know. Let me see if I can figure it out here. So this is about, let's just go through the entire on step for the cyclone. It's about removing my target lock and fixing the cooldown. Kind of like the target I'm heading towards. This is just to draw the yellow lines on the screen. Remove it if it's dead. Currently trying to lock on. If lock target... So if it has the order to create a lock on, which it only has before it actually locks on, then mostly it's just doing nothing and waiting for the lock to happen. Cyclone is immobile, like from Stasis Trap. If there's no lock target, and the lock's not on cooldown, well, there will be a lock target. There will be a lock target. So it's got to be in here. Or here. Continue moving to target. Yeah, so if it's not being told to detour, then you keep moving to the target. So it's somewhere in here. How do we know if it's safe? Safe is looking at basic unit micro. Survival. So cyclones are set to try to stay alive, which makes sense. Does not equal survival. It equals survival and it's an SCV. Okay, so we're just, is this here? I'm just looking at the point threat to ground map. Yeah, so it should never run within range of the roach. So is safe will work. So yeah, I think it's this method. So it must be returning true to stay in damage range for some reason. Maybe the roach was 10 range away. Let me put this code back, actually. Now that I understand this code a little better, I kind of liked it, how I had it. Let me check the video here.
War against the Cyclones, they were never going to win that, but finally they did just push in.
Because other roaches are very close to the Cyclone, but maybe the target, the lock target itself is 10 range away.
Just causing a little bit of chaos here.
No, there's no way.
Nothing really drastic though has happened. Catback still has a great worker count. He's starting to expand in other places all over the map here. This
I
is
think the
looking a
Banshee's
lot better
going
for
out.
Urzer.
Yeah, it is. I think that I think the Banshees to kind of engage this. They scattered off to do their own thing, but
Yeah,
now
these
I think
Banshees
they're
do
gonna-
seem to have a mind of their own a lot of the time.
Yeah.
But that's kind of what you want, right?
I can't figure this out. So, yeah, this method will definitely not pass. Because the range is like 4. Is about to lose vision. So if that doesn't pass, then it comes in here. Checks if it is a Tempest. That doesn't pass, so it comes here. Maintain lock if target near dead. Ah, okay, yeah, that's why I ripped out the 10 range. Okay, I remember what I did now from like 10 minutes ago. So let's redo those changes. That's what it is. So basically, anytime the target was near dead, I was trying to stay really close to it. But I don't need that. I just need to say if it's near dead and I'm right near the edge of range. I guess the idea here was that, say I just get in range of stalkers, should I pull my Cyclone back? The answer is yes. But what if my target's like one shot from dead? Then maybe I should finish it off, then pull back. It sucks to like run away from like a single stalker when you're just about to kill an immortal. You may as well finish the immortal first. But what this was actually doing was like anytime a target got low, my Cyclone would just like beeline towards it. So now it is always return false if the range is less than 10. So it's this target thing will only matter if I'm also near max range. Okay. I don't know how to test this, but I'm pretty confident this will fix it. So Cyclone bug is complete. Okay, so my bot last week in Pro Bots did not use my Ghost Marauder build, which was saddening. So the way I set it up was I just kind of manipulated its win rates with different strategies in a way that I hoped would pick games in a certain order. So rather than like doing that stupid way of handling it, let me just create a simple function where I can kind of tell it how I want it to play and what strategies to use. Obviously, it's something I'll only turn on for tournaments, but and I know I've already done this in the past, but I'm just going to delete those methods and do it again. So I want to have a method where I choose let me think. I need a list of strategies I want to use. Kind of like a method for how to go about doing them. Like, do I want to try out all the different strategies, or if a strategy works, do I want to keep using it until it doesn't work? And then opponent ID. And then I need to check my history versus that bot as well, because it's likely important to know which strategy I used the previous game and the win rates. Okay, so I send it in with like empty data. Let's say I go Ghost Marauder after game 1, then my data will have 1 and 0 with Ghost Marauder. So I know that I used that build, and I know whether it won or lost. Maybe I will take a look at how I did this in the past and just edit that. I remember it being messy, so I didn't use it, but maybe it's not too bad. This whole class is a mess. Turn off second factory based on strategy. Yeah, that was testing code. That can go away. Get tournament strategy. So this is a symmetric that contains strategies based on the bot I'm playing, which makes sense because maybe there's a whole bunch of potential bots I could be playing between updates. Then how do I use this? Play all strategies first. Play strategies until it loses. Yeah, and this is using a text file. I don't use this anymore. Yeah, this is all really old. Let's get rid of this. Is there anything here I care about? It's also back when I didn't have many builds. Okay, but I can still use this method, which basically just returns a list of game plans. My brain. Let's look at chat. So basically, every time I play a game, I go into a JSON file for that opponent. And inside there, I open a notepad so it's bigger. Is there even an option to open it with notepad? I can see win rates for all the strategies. In this case, it'll only be the strategies I'm going to be using in the tournament, and it'll start empty. And then I can see the previous game's result. So I don't really have a history of like all the different results, but I do have win-loss rates with different builds, and I know which build I chose last game. So the first game I play, this will be empty, so I just picked the first one on my list. The next game I play, this will have one entry. So I pick a different game, a different strategy than the one I used. Okay, so basically I need to load match history, and then return an unused game plan, or else return the winningest game plan. I don't know why it's underlining that. Winningest is definitely a word. So this is my available game plans based on the opponent and what I manually set up for that opponent. This I probably already have a method for. Returning the winningest game plan. I think that's what my bot does on the ladder. So let's go check out that code, and maybe it'll make things a little more simple. Available game plans, get strategy for ladder. Okay, so I open up the records. First I play 4 games of every strategy, just so I get some data. And then I play the winningest game plan. So I'll need this line. I guess I'm not returning it either, I'm just setting it. So get all the opponent records, choose the winningest one. But before that, I want to choose any unknown. Which is also very similar to what I do on the ladder, I guess. Because here, when I play 4 games of each, I can do the same thing. We just play 1 game of each. Alright, so this makes sure it plays 1 game of each strategy, and then if that's...
From off my door. Quoth the raven, nevermore.
Maybe we'll allow this return game plan, actually. Do something like this.
Take thy beak from out my heart, and take thy form from off my door. Quoth the raven, nevermore.
Is this return an optional or no?
Take thy
Oh,
beak
returns
from
game plan
out
dot
my
none.
heart, and take thy form from off my door. Quoth the raven, nevermore.
What's happening here? Agent Cooper with all the gift subs. Thanks so much, dude. Okay. So we get all the game plans based on what I put in for each opponent. We make sure we get a game plan for any game plan that hasn't been played at least once, and we return it. Otherwise, we return the winningest game plan. So every strategy gets used at least once, and once that happens, we return the best one. No, these are numbers at one time. No longer. So our next week's opponent is Dovulcan. Something like this. So he's the bot who infamously drone rushed his way to like a top 4 finish or something like that in last Pro Bots, and he just beat Micro Machine with a drone rush last week. And drone rush is nothing to scoff at, because there's actually this other ladder. Let's see if I can bring it up here. Called the Flat 48 competition. And he created this bot called Who Needs Army that dominates all the worker rushes. I cheese him. You can actually cheese a worker rush, so I'm ahead of him. But in the actual worker fights, he beats my bot up. Obviously, in a real match, there's a lot more defender's advantage. On this map, you spawn right next to each other. But Let's watch a replay. But he must do something beyond just like basic worker micro. I couldn't pinpoint exactly how he's doing it, but he somehow wins like even worker fights.
Take thy beak from out my heart, and take thy form from off my door. Quoth the raven.
Yeah, so we'll be working on our worker rush defense today because he's my next opponent. I think my generic worker rush is a-okay, good enough to beat him. I can't beat him on this map because look how close the spawns are. And it could just because he has more workers because he's Zerg. Even without inject, the fact that you can extractor trick and eggs produce faster than SCVs do, or larva produces faster than SCVs. Yeah, so it's 14 to 13. No, this should be very even, right? Because my 14th SCV is about to pop. His 14th drone is back here. He will have a 15th drone, though. Or is that his 14th? I don't even know how supply works. No, he's got 14. This is his 15th right here. So maybe it's just because he's up a worker. But like if we go to the normal, I feel like my worker micro is good. Like the SCVs will attack, and as soon as they attack, they'll mineral walk back to a patch, to which makes space for the next SCV to attack. But somehow, yeah, I even got a 15th SCV out. It came late. Yeah, then my bot just gives up, and now it's cheese time. Want to see how you cheese a worker rush? This is called SCV bombs. We've all seen like bailing drops going into mineral lines. This is like SCV drops. It's next level. The SCVs can also repair each other up inside the command center. But yeah, so he's like, he's one of the few people who actually spent a lot of time on this Flat 48 competition. I think at one point there was a prize pool for it. I didn't really attempt it. I joined much afterwards. Once I built my generic worker rush defense, I'm like, I may as well put a bot on this ladder since I have the code now. But maybe he figured something out. Or maybe it's just something to do with drones being strong. Yeah, he does have more drones. And when I actually play StarCraft 2, I feel like whenever I'm beating a drone one-on-one and I look away and I come back, I end up losing it. So maybe drones do attack faster than SCVs somehow. That might just be my own bias, though. But, yeah, there's something going on with rush that makes it strong. I guess one of the first things we can do is, I wonder if his bot functions on any other map. Maybe we can give it a try. Because if we're facing a worker rush, it's probably going to be exactly what that bot was doing. So we're going to go Ketrog versus Who Needs Army. Yeah. Oh, nice. They default this. That's good now. Because whenever I open this list, I can never make sense of this. There's like a whole bunch of 2s and 1s. I'm like, which is the one I want again? It may only work on that flat 48 map though. It all depends how I defined like enemy spawn position and stuff. Yes, here's the match here. But I can show you how my bot works versus, let's look at Nightmare, the number 3 bot. So the way I beat Dovahkiin last year's his worker, or last season in the worker rush, I'm not going to be using that code anymore. It's very gimmicky, where I kind of go to the other side of the map and attack his hatchery when he comes to attack me. And the fact that command centers can lift off and hatcheries can't mean I'll end up winning. But obviously he can get around that. So I tried to actually make code that defends, even though SCVs are by far the weakest unit when it comes to a worker rush. Probes under the control of a bot can really abuse that shield regen to be like to do infinite damage. Drones, you can just make a lot more of them. And you can extractor trick and whatnot. SCVs, the only advantage SCVs have is repair. But the problem with repair is you got to find time to mine resources and you got to find time to repair. So the way I code my defense is to pull the appropriate amount of SCVs. In this case, I'm looking at probes that are out of shields as well, as they'll be tentative. And the rest of the SCVs are coming home and either repairing or mining in the mineral line. So even on a map like this, I can stay in control. Even though there's constantly more and more probes being produced. I can afford to repair and even have some leftover money to build up more SCVs and eventually. Or yeah, this is kind of hilarious that neither of us have lost a unit yet. But probes really never have to die unless they're coded poorly. You know, just pull back when you're low on shields, regen, come back in and fight again. So this is my generic defense we have, and then I'm going to have a secret defense as well. The secret defense is just to say, if last game I lost to a worker rush, this game I'm going to wall off my ramp immediately. I'm going to cut workers to wall off. So it's very abusable, I'd say, but since no one knows about it yet. Of course, I am putting it on a stream right now. But I'm hoping my generic defense will work. If it doesn't work on this map, but on a real map, I'll have like an extra 3 workers over his drones. Or at least I'll have the same amount of workers and the ability to produce more. Something like that. So he does get to extractor trick. Yeah, so probably going to want work rush defense. Well, that's not really a strategy. Probably just use the Hellbat Ghost build. Or maybe one base build of some sort. Because I'm sure if Worker Rush isn't going to work for him, it's going to be some other sort of cheese. Maybe a 12 Fool. Maybe a Ravager all in. I think Dovahkiin on the ladder plays macro gains, but he's not at a level I think that competes with my bot, so it's probably going to be something cheesy. Anyways, I wrote this method, and now I need to actually use it. Get tournament game plan. How would I even do this? Half these things aren't even used anymore. There's so many hacks I did here and then just never remove them. Tournament mode. What was this? I don't even recognize this. Oh, this was my old tournament code. Okay. So I set the game plan. If game plan equals none, then I grab it from the data. It's good to have this work even if I'm not inputting specific strategies for my opponent. So this is good. So it'll still come in and it'll just check my date, my history versus the opponent's bot, and just choose a game plan. Yeah, so this will work. I assume I do it the same way in these. Yeah. But I never actually use the tournament game plans I put in here. So let's make sure I play one of each strategy. But what I actually want to do is play one of each strategy I inputted here. So only from game plans. So I'm going to want a It's generic, I guess. So it's called a search filter. Oh man, what the heck does this take in? Predicates. Okay, let's do this differently. Not a good coding day for me today. I can't think properly. Predicate win-loss record. Let's see if we can do this predicate. Win-loss record. This is something that it's more of like a functional programming thing that's new to me. So I'll make a version of this method that doesn't take a search filter. And I'll send in a predicate of that just as always returns true. And then we have one that's we put in a filter and then we apply the filter. So basically I want to be able to call this method and send in a filter saying only use certain game plans. So the predicate will check the win-loss record, get the game plan, and see if it's contained within our game plans.
Quoth the raven. Nevermore.
Oh shit, that's an array.
Somehow watching coding isn't quite as engaging. Flocks of ravens and mines frustrating zergs.
Yeah. I agree, especially since it's like boring coding. How do you know if an array contains something? I actually don't even know this. I so rarely use arrays now in Java. Java array contains. I know an array list, it's really simple. You actually have to loop through the entire array. Arrays as a list. You can turn it into a list. That'll work. It's slow, but good enough. So we convert the array into a list, and then we check to see if it contains a game plan. So this is like the game plans we want to use for this specific tournament opponent. And then when we call this, play one of each game plan, we're saying, okay, also, we got to make sure that each of these game plans that we're playing at least one of is also contained within this list of game plans that we're specifically choosing for this opponent. I think that will work. The other problem is it's hard to test this code. I also hate this keyword filter because my brain can't wrap my head around it. Whenever I think of filter, I think of like I'm filtering out these things, but it's not. I'm filtering to these things. It's like the opposite of filtering out. So it returns true if that contains that. Yes. And then the generic call will always return true. Give it a real name. Okay. So I think that works. Got tournament game plan. Yep, that works. So the other thing I need to do now, whenever I submit my bot, is set this equal to true. And then with tourney modes turned on, is going to check my list of predefined tournament strategies for specific opponents, which is here. So let's actually get Dovahkiin's opponent's ID. I guess I can look it up in my code, but I just hard code it. There's an API to get information from the ladder. So look up Dovahkiin. Is that spelled correctly? We'll find out. No, that doesn't look right. What the heck is that bot's name? DOV double I. Wasn't even close. Okay. And then this guy I need. That's the opponent's ID, so that's how I know who I'm playing, which is important for picking specific strategies. It's also important to know that you're in a best of series against that opponent and not starting the next series. And then we can try some strategies. Maybe something where I open a one base. And then once I create the Ghost Hellbat build, which we haven't done yet, I'll make that the second one.
Target acquired.
I guess the other thing we can look at is what if we lose? If we lose, we don't get to update. So who are my potential opponents in the next week in the losers bracket? Challenge. This is a very risky thing. Bringing up your own browser history to do on stream. Okay, so we lose the Dovahkiin. So this is 14. So loser of 14 goes here. And I'll face the loser of 5 and 6. So Genzi Bot, or really, could be either of those guys. So almost certainly not Eris. Eris is like the best bot right now. So Genzi Bot, which is a Terran player I usually have no problems with. Sharpened Edge. Protoss Bot has a decent cannon rush, likes Tempest. And Spud. Yeah, I don't think I need to set up anything special for these guys. I'll just let my ladder data be used, and they'll pick whatever build seems to work. I could lose a Tempest sometimes versus Sharpened Edge, but very rarely. One thing I should do though is make sure my Ghost Marauder build is turned off. Because if my bot says, oh, I've never tried it versus this bot before, let me get some sample data. It's like, I don't want it gathering sample data at this point. Because I'm not sure if Genzi Bot or Spud or even, if I've even played them recently. They may be in a different division. So let's turn off... it's not even here. Nice. And versus Protoss. Let's turn it off here. No Ghost Marauder. Okay. It may not be easy. Well, it is easy. All we gotta do is turn on tourney mode now. Defending drone rush. Okay, so I have lost to some worker rushes in the past, even with my new generic code, and I think it's because I had some micro mistakes in there. So let's see if we can find some games where I lost to worker rush. And see if I can spot some issues I can deal with. So the one cool thing about AI Arena is that it actually allows us, if we write a tag in the chat, it'll pick it up and apply it to the replay. So it's a nice way to like mark games for certain things. So I can do a filter on worker rush defense. And I'll bring up all the games Probably not readable there, but it says versus worker rush. And actually looks like a lot of losses. So my generic code I thought was perfect is actually losing a lot. Especially to this Tickles bot. So let's take a look, see what's happening. A torrent program contains malware. I use a Qbits torrent, I think it's called. I don't have any issues with that software. Vast, I have not heard of. All right, let's see what Tickles is up to. It's a really close fight, actually. I just noticed I repaired the depot. I don't think that should be a priority when I'm in worker rush defense mode. I think I'll turn off all repair when I'm in this mode. Because, you know, the fact that I'm repairing this means I'm spending resources and not mining, which are really important when I'm trying to get the resources to repair these guys up. Oh. I was trying to do my proxy bunker. So it looks like I defended the worker rush, but the fact that I tried to do the combination of defending worker rush and trying to do this proxy build at the same time probably broke. Looks like my own Marines are blocking the bunker. That's always nice. Yeah, this is a 14-minute game. It actually looks like I transitioned out of it okay. We're on 2 bases to 1. Still trying to make that bunker. Oh, I just sent all my SCVs across the map to make this bunker. It's still in that mode. Okay, well that's fine. I mean, obviously this is a problem where if I'm doing my bunker contain, I can't, there's bugs, but it's not going to apply to this upcoming week. So let's here's one where we lost right away to a drone rush. And we're not doing a bunker contain. I can see the tag says it's doing the mass mine opener. And we lost in 3 minutes. So I think we just immediately got trashed by drones. Yeah, the problem with torrents, especially if you're downloading applications through torrent, like hacked applications, is that torrents do often come with malware. So you gotta be careful of that. But at the same time, the way they hack the torrent, the way they hack the program to make it free for you, your antivirus will complain about that as well. So it's hard to tell. It's like, okay, my antivirus is complaining, but is it because there's actual malware there? Or is it just because of the way it hacked the application it doesn't like? So the best is only to download from very trusted sources. Okay, this isn't much of a worker rush. This is 2 drones. Oh, I get it. He's blocking the... This is what this bot failed to do in the previous probots. He's blocking the depot position. And then it's going to be a full drone zergling pull afterwards. I'm not sure if... I don't think my worker rush is going to work when there's zerglings involved. Oh, that's a weird choke point too. I don't think that's good for me. I do have a marine. It could be something we face. Different bot, but that could be used as inspiration. Whale mean, that's a random bot. And he got Zerg, and he did a worker rush. But we won. Let's filter this to losses. I think I remember seeing like issues with my worker rush. Like something I could fix. But it's so long ago. Small Bly. Oh no, Small Bly is the one from Probots who did that thing. Tried to block the depot position. What's Roro? I don't know that bot. You know, it's weird. Netflix had One Punch Man with English subtitle, with English dubbing for like 4 days, and then it disappeared and went back to Japanese dubbing only, or original language only. And like their preview for One Punch Man and like the trailer are all that have English dubbing, but the actual show itself doesn't. And then none of the streaming services picked up season 2. So when that happens, that's when Mr. Pirate Bay comes in to lend a hand. It's funny, I have my secret defense turned off, but the chat for my secret defense is still there. Does this smell like last game? build is this? Depot Barracks Depot. Oh, I'm looking at the wrong one. Oh, it's probably just like a Marine SCV all in. Like, I never put my stuff over here. So this is not relevant, but I kind of want to see what happens anyways. You didn't get an orbital. That might be helpful for a Marine all in. Although maybe not. Not at this time. The orbital needs to call down and finish 2 mules to pay for itself. Yeah, no SCVs there to repair. It should Crossroads, but it's not. Again, it was like a hacky thing I did for Pro Bots one season to win that secret defense. And then I never actually faced a worker rush, so I didn't need it. So the Roros are Marine all-ins. The small Blighs are drone all-ins. Like, here's one where I'm not doing yeah, we're still losing to tickles. Even when I'm not doing that broken bunker contain. So are we actually defending the worker rush or tickles, or are we dying to it? I have a feeling we're defending it and then just dying to the follow-up. I macro out of it. He goes all in. Oh no, this is a... Right, he keeps one worker at home. Okay. Let's see what happens here. The start of barracks is interesting. This is 150 minerals that's not going to be used for building SCVs and not going to be used for repairing. And every once in a while I'm going to pull an SCV to continue working on it. Yeah, then we die. And another SCV just going off on its own. So that's something we can fix. Some sort of worker rush threshold means cancel the barracks. When do I recognize it's a worker rush anyways? Right now, it's already queued. Alright, let's see if we can track down that code. Where would it be? Defenses. Only in the world of bots would I need 3 different worker rush defense code. this right? I don't even know which defense is which. Yeah, I think this is the one. So, doesn't look like I have any code to cancel the structures that are in production. So the first thing I see that might be a little abusable is this. Kind of like the amount of SCVs I pull is going to be always based on how many probes are attacking me, but I have this kind of hard number of 5, where like if there's 5 workers, then I'm worker rushed. So do I always want to be canceling my barracks when I'm at 5? I don't think so. That could be abused. And there are bot authors out there who will look for these little issues and try to abuse them. So when do I want to cancel the barracks? So many edge cases, man. The other thing is, like, if the fight's going well for me, and I'm affording my repair and affording my SCV production, and then my mineral bank gets up above 150, I probably do want to start a barracks. But maybe right at the starts. Yeah, so if I do end up building a barracks in the middle of the worker rush defense, I'll let that happen. But at the start of the worker rush defense, I think I should always cancel the barracks unless it's like 95% of the way done. 90% of the way done. I'm sure there's a whole lot of manual work out there that could easily be replaced with with code. I don't know what it's like in other countries, but basically anything government related in Canada is like they're doing half the jobs could be removed if they just got a programmer in to do a lot of the busy work. Our medical records in Canada are still a lot in paper. We finally decided to get all medical records digital. It's like, okay, this has already been done 100 times in 100 different countries. So should we just use what they have? No, let's create the whole thing from scratch. And then let's get politicians involved. So it becomes like this huge scandal of we spent $500 million and we ended up with nothing and no one knows where all the money went. Awesome e-health now we have. And now we're still stuck on paper. Right, so I guess just if the worker counts, if the rush is large, I think if he pulls like 12 workers, like when he arrives at 14, let's say 11 workers. If I can see 11 workers when he first arrives, then I think he's committed enough that canceling the barracks will never be bad for me. What I don't want him to do is arrive with like 5 probes and just hang out on my ramp and I never build a barracks. That would be like worst case scenario. But if he commits to like 11. So let's see, what do we want to do here? So only at start. Cancel any non-depot in production if any worker count greater than or equal to 11. Re-add structure to top of build order queue. So if a barracks is in production, we cancel it, and then we put it at the top of the queue as like the next structure we will build. And I guess we'll let the structure finish if it's almost done. Man, that's a tough one though. And if he does like a huge like marine worker all in later in the game, I don't want to be canceling any structures, right? I still want to pull workers, but I don't want to be canceling any structures at that point. So only if it's near the start of the game. Yeah, if there's one way you're going to get cheesed on the ladder or in the tournament, it's going to be worker rush, because worker rush is so easy to code And if they find a gap in your defense. I need to make sure this is not abusable in any way, especially as I'm streaming my code. You never know. Finish the depot, because if we need supply, it's likely we want the depot done. Well, okay, just say we're at 16 of 16 when the worker rush arrives and there's a depot in production. Or say 15 of 16. Maybe we still want to cancel the depot. Because either our workers are fighting and winning, which is fine, or they're fighting and losing, and if they're fighting and losing, then we're not going to get supply capped anyways. Yeah, I think we just cancel any structure in production. Just to get the resources back to build more SCVs and to repair. Yeah. On a short map, he might arrive when my depot's like 95% done. No. Change my mind again. I'll still cancel it at 95%. Or I guess we still have this 5 seconds. Maybe I don't even want this. If the barracks is almost done, or if the depot is almost done, still probably best to cancel it. If it's a close fight, it's going to come down to not having minerals. I'd rather have the minerals. If I can afford non-stop SCV production and to be able to pump out Marines, then I'm winning the fight anyways. And a Marine isn't terribly better than an SCV anyways in a fight. It's a little better, but I think I'd rather have 2 SCVs than 1 Marine. And the barracks itself is the cost of 3 SCVs. Okay. So how does that fit into this code? This manages, you know, when to put SCVs back to mining and when to pull them to fight workers based on how many enemy workers are there. This just toggles the is worker rush tag. And then if I am worker rushed, I turn off any SCV doing other tasks, and then yeah, and then I also only do repairing when I'm worker rushed. That's like SCVs self-repairing each other. So I guess only one is worker rushed. Put it in here. Manage production canceling. All right, so and something to do with mineral bank. I do want to check my minerals as well, because if I have a lot of extra minerals, I probably don't want to cancel it. All right, so if the number of workers attacking is greater than or equal to 11, and the game time or past, say, 120 seconds into the game. No, I always do that mistake. Before 120 seconds into the game. And minerals is less than 200. How much of a mineral bank do I need to not have to care about canceling it? 125 sounds good. And cancel structures in production. So if the enemy has 11 units attacking or more, sorry, 11 workers attacking or more, it's before the 2-minute mark in the game, and my mineral bank is less than 125, then I'm going to cancel structures in production. Okay. Okay, so this will look at the other good thing about canceling structures in production is that it gives me that SCV back to fight with. And it doesn't try to send more SCVs to work on it. Okay, let's go take a look in this class. So this is the class that kind of tracks my SCVs and current stuff being produced. So I got a list of all the structures there. I guess kind of cancel them all, right? Cancel production. Is there like a cancel and requeue? Requeue canceled structure. All right, let's just try a for loop and see what happens. Okay, so for each structure being produced, we're going to cancel production And we're going to requeue. It's a static method for some reason. Okay, then we're going to structure SCV dot. It's a private static method for some reason. How do I use this? Within some monster. All right, let's make it public so I can access it. Requeue canceled structure, and we pass in the production structure. Okay, so I'm going through this list. Oh, I understand. I can't be removing from this list as I'm looping through the list. That's why I did it privately. So cancel doesn't actually remove it from the list. It just calls the cancel command, makes the position available again, frees up the SCV. Requeue will yeah, let's not use this at all. That's not reusable code. Okay, we can do this in a stream, it'll be easier. Or we don't even need a stream, let's do a for each. I guess just clear. Okay, so we look at all the structures that are in position. I kind of like that name better, actually. Let's rename this class to production structure. Production structure. Well, maybe not. Structure and SCV. Oh, what's happening? I broke it. Okay. So every structure that's in production, I'm going to cancel it, which cancels the building production, frees up the SCV. And then we're going to put it to the top of the list. And then we're going to clear this list, because we're done with all these structures in production. This will put it out of order though if I'm canceling 2 structures. Well, I don't think I'd ever be canceling 2 structures when a worker rush comes. Because if I cancel the first one and put it at the top of the list, then I cancel the second one and put the second one at the top of the list, then the second one's going to be above the first one. But if they're producing at the same time, it won't create any tech requirement problems. Like I won't ever try to create a factory before a barracks or something. There's not like a 4H reversed, is there? No. Well, I guess what we could do is create a stream and then reverse the list. Does that exist? Reduce. There's not a way to reverse the list? Okay, I don't care. It should almost never matter. Okay. Now there is a chance this will create like a loop. Like say the number of workers is 11, so I'm leaving like a couple of my workers mining and sending the rest out to attack. Then I cancel my barracks. I get enough money back to... I re-queue the barracks. And then my SCV is like, oh, I got enough for a barracks. Let me go build a barracks. So I think during a worker rush, I shouldn't ever be producing structures. I think is a safe way of doing it. Otherwise, I could be like one frame telling my SCV, hey, go build something. And then the next frame saying, nope, cancel that. And then the next frame saying, hey, go build it again. The next frame, nope, just kidding. So I'll have like one SCV that's just like wiggling. But I think I'll just leave it at that. Because I can't think of an easy way to do that. Because then I need to kind of have my production code be checking the worker rush status. And I'll only be doing that wiggling thing if I have enough resources to rebuild it. Man. And if I'm not fighting with all my SCVs. Once I need that SCV to fight with, then it won't try. Yeah, I think it'll be okay. Basically, it'll only be a problem when the fight's going well for me. Once it's even or behind, it won't be a problem anymore. Yeah, I could manually walk the list backwards. But the only way I know how to do that is like with a old school for loop. I never did learn iterators. I think it's such a rare situation that I'm building 2 structures at a time. I'm getting worker rushed. And it matters the order of those structures. I'll just keep the code simple. Right, so I guess I'll see if we can find any other problems with my defense. I guess Tickles is the main bot. Oh, let's I queued up a game earlier. Let's just see if that one's done. Yeah, against Who Needs Army. Which is somehow a 16-minute game versus a bot that just does a drone rush. Yeah, it didn't even activate the worker rush tag, so I don't think it attacked. But why did it take 16 minutes? Maybe this is another bug. I know my bot's not super aggressive, but I think I could beat a bot that does nothing in less than 16 minutes. How does Catback determine when the rush ends? It doesn't. Because whenever I had those sort of thresholds, it was abusable. So basically my worker rush defense is always active, right? If 1 worker arrives, I send 1 worker to attack it. If 5 workers arrive, I send 6 workers to attack it. If 15 workers arrive, I send 17 workers to attack it. So it's always like this ratio on sending the appropriate amount of workers to deal with it. Because there's one season I had my worker rush set to, okay, whenever there's 5 or more workers, like activate my worker rush defense code. And an author got a copy of my bot, realized that my threshold was at 5. So he sent 5, did a fake worker rush, and then went back home. And it completely destroyed my bot. So I'm like, okay, no abusable thresholds. Oh, this bot actually plays differently when it's not on flat 48. That's hilarious. I had no idea. I thought this bot was just like specifically for that flat 48 map. So it must check the map and change its strategy up. Well. Oh. this is a bug. Basically what I'm doing is I'm telling my bot to build command centers in my main base and float them out. But also pick the position that's closest to the expansion. And then I added more positioning outside of my main base, like over here. So when it picks the command center position that's closest to the expansion, like say it's trying to expand here, it's like, oh, I'll build it safely in my main base right here and float it over there. Let's add that to the to-do list. In base CCs must actually be in main base. Looks like Roach spam bot. Very macro oriented, getting a lot of bases. Oh, we can find the cyclone bug too. I think we solved that already though. But we can see it again. Almost certainly he's getting bro, right? Although I don't even think it's related to bro. So whenever Roach gets low, we can verify the bug is what I thought it was. So whenever the Roach gets low, my Cyclone gets suicidal. Yeah, so that right there, he charged in against this Roach when it got low. I wonder about using the auto attack on the Cyclone too. Cutting backwards of the auto attack kind of makes sense versus like Zerglings, but doesn't make sense versus Roaches. Alright, it's low. So then this guy's probably going to charge forward if I identified the bug correctly. It's hard to tell because it died quickly. Yeah, same thing. Dove forward right when it got low. Okay, that's good. Yeah, dove forward. So I'm 99% sure I solved that bug. I don't know. I think we're done the defending worker rush code for now. What I do need to do is turn on and test the secret worker rush defense. Alright, let's work on the Ghost Hellbat build. That I can say for off stream, I think. Let's start on just basic Hellbat micro. And I may not need anything for this at all. So I think for our Hellbat, all we need is the basic code, right? Like, I can't think of anything special a Hellbat has to do. Oh, maybe stutter stepping forward though. Usually when I'm off cooldown, I move back. Yeah, so I attack when available, but if it's not available, I'm retreating when I'm in danger. So yeah, the basic code is gonna, every time I shoot, I'm gonna be backing up, and then my Hellbats will get in each other's way. I think it's better just to have them all push forward. Unless it's versus Zerglings or Zealots. Or Broodlings, I guess. Any sort of melee unit. So let's take a look at my Marine micro, because my Marine's kind of stutter step forward, I think. Was it Marine basic? No. Marine offense. Yeah, do stutter forward. Stutter forward if enemy outranges me or is weaponless. That kind of makes sense. If the unit outranges me or has no weapon, then stutter forward. So stutter forward versus structures, infestors, anything with range. Stutter back versus zerglings, broodlings, zealots. What else does it help out outrange? Trying to think if there's a edge case here. It'll stutter forward versus units that don't have a weapon, though. It's going to stutter forward versus banelings and widow mines. What else doesn't have a weapon but has an ability? Bailings, widow mines. I feel like there's another one. Those tricky ones that if you just code things generically, you think, oh, this thing doesn't even attack. Totally safe. Although, get ground attack range. Oh, changeling's the opposite. The API says it has a damage range, but of course, it should be 0. Yeah, anything that's defensive or that's interference matrixed should be 0. Oracle. Yeah, some of these things are already automatically adjusted. Widowmine automatically adjusted. So it's going to stutter forward versus widow mines. I guess that's correct. What are you going to do? Try to dodge it? Stutter forward versus bunkers. Bailing I gave an attack range of 2. What's the attack range of a Hellbat? Isn't that also 2? Hellbat is range of 2. Okay, let me think. What about units that are the same range? So say I was fighting other Hellbats. Probably still kite forward. But I don't want to kite forward versus Bailings. Yeah, so let's just, since this is a made up number anyways. Oh, is attack range an integer? No, it's a float. We'll just make it smaller. This is the hack. Because I do want my Hellbats to kite backwards versus Balings. Even though they'll still be in the blast radius, I think it's better for them to kind of like fan out in a concave rather than push forward in a ball. Okay, so that's all handled then. All those weird edge cases. So I think I like this method. Let's take it out of the Marine class and put it up in the super class of basic unit micro. So it's available to any unit micro. Nope, can't do that. Closest enemy threat. Seeing how I use this. Wow. So this is to keep my Marines from like being attacking the enemy base. And then when I see a Zergling my main base, I don't want the Marine to run all the way back. But then I use that in that code. That is something I'd also like to apply to my other units as well. I'm thinking of like Eris with his Zerglings, like always wandering on my side of the map. I don't want to be like chasing them all the time with my Hellbats. When I attack with my Hellbats, I really want them to go across the map. So I kind of want the ability to like morph to a Hellion and required for Zergling Scout. And maybe even morph to Hellbat when Armory finishes. Okay. So what was I doing? That's stuttering code. So stuttering codes are based on the closest target. which is some convoluted query here. What is this even doing? Looking at enemy units that aren't hallucinations. They aren't targets that I'm ignoring. They're not... I don't chase them when I'm on defense. They have to be visible. If they're cloaked or burrowed, I can't do anything about that. They're not a snapshot in the fog of war. Or Protoss pylon. Oh, maybe if I'm getting like cannon rushed, I still want to attack the pylon. Has to be a unit that can attack or a pylon. And has to be within 15 range. So this is the main one. Find an enemy unit that's within 15 range. Give me the closest one. And that's what that gets. Can attack ground. So I think I can move, this is useful as well. I can reuse this for the Hellbat. It will ignore chain broodlings though. I don't think I like that. Also ignores auto turrets. That's a rare edge case. I don't kind of worry too much about it. Let's move this over to the highest superclass. And this one. I'll pass that in there. Okay, that should make it reusable. So grab this and put it in the highest superclass. Boom. Green offense still works, hopefully. Protected. Just gotta reorganize some things to make this work. Put this in unit utils. Okay. Okay, so now we have, nope. What happened? Okay, so now we got some reusable methods to check to see what I can stutter for, and I think I can apply it to any unit. I should actually go back and add that to my other units as well. But definitely we want to add it to Hellbat. So we can kind of just do it the same way we did here. Something like this. So we get the closest enemy, checked its type, and kind of decide whether I'm going to stutter step into it. And then we got that boolean, now we gotta use it somehow. Yeah, we'll override the set target position. Hellbat. Okay. So Hellbat. Okay, we can do it the same way we did for the Marine. Make it an instance variable. If I'm going to apply this to all units, I should probably go back and rethink how to apply this, but for now we can just mimic the way they do it in Marine. The only issue now is that the ghost is going to run back. The ghost will run back after those Zerglings on the other side of the map, and the Hellbats won't. So I'm going to have to do something similar for my ghosts. But I think we can done enough here to test it out. Let's give her a try. So let's play versus a Zerg. You're insane. Let's turn off those test units I gave myself earlier. And I think I have the build order set to Ghost Marauder right now. Yeah, the Hellbats I think are going to be way better than the Marauders. The idea before is like Marauders are good versus armored, Ghosts are good versus light. But Ghosts actually aren't that good versus light. And Ghosts actually are really good versus armored when they're using Snipe. Because most armored units have a lot of hit points. Hellbats also are way tankier than Marauders, as Marauders will kite backwards, and then my Snipe gets interrupted. So the way I set up this build is it's going to reactor out Hellbats from one factory. I've never tried it, so we'll see how that works. But yeah, Hellbats kiting forwards instead of backwards and being close short range units means it's much more likely for my to get snipe off. I also changed my ghosts to be more more willing to snipe when they have Hellbats as tanks rather than Marauders. Yeah, Marauders do have the concussive shell, which is kind of cool. I think the fact that it's a little less gas intensive going Hellbats instead of Ghosts is nice as well. The other thing is I probably should be opening 111. I'm not sure what I did for this build order. It's like it's hard to get everything after the barracks. Second barracks. Well, you do want to build up energy, I guess, then finally factory. But since you get the factory quicker, it also means you can get the starport quicker. So you can get medevacs involved, which will be handy for a Ghost Hellbat. Yeah, I mean, you could add in Marauders. In fact, I think I might still have my... I'm not sure, but yeah, just based on the barracks production, you can... I think right now I have it said, like, build a Ghost or build nothing at all. But I could certainly change that. Oh, I forgot I set this to be a rush. A rushing Zerg. Hey, but we held. Kinda. So my bot's either not building Hellbats or I can't afford any Hellbats. There you go. Is it able to build 2 at a time? It is. Nice. Okay. So we got the reactor working. Of all units, the starport decides that Viking is what's necessary. I guess to deal with overlords. What? Looks like my Vikings attacking. And my Marines are attacking. But my Hellbats and Ghosts are... I guess I only really worked on the build order. So this is 2 Marines and a Viking taking on the entire Zerg force. Doing pretty well, actually. Even got a Marine. Or even got a Zergling down. Okay, will these things even help defend? No. Are the ghosts trying to kill a cleaning bot? Is that what I'm looking at? Why are they moving around? Hellbats, I never actually used that Hellbat class I wrote. So the Hellbats are supposed to be doing nothing right now, because I never actually built them to do anything. I swear the ghosts are trying to kill that cleaning bot. Maybe, maybe not. Alright, let's go look at the attack code now that we're kind of there. I may want to rework the build order too. The problem with this build is, like, once your barracks completes, there's so many things you want to get. You want to get an orbital command, and a marine, and a ghost academy, and a factory, and your other orbital command. Okay, let's at least turn on the code. So that would just be Army Manager. We can just do it like we did the other units for now until we get a better way. Hellion Tank, that's what it's called in the API. What's going on? Okay, there it goes. Yeah, so the Ghosts and Marauders should be on the offense whenever I'm over 15. Hellbat. Alright, let's see if that's any better. Yeah, I'm not actually feeling the coding, so I might switch over to doing some mess, playing some ladder. I feel like especially dumb today, which is too bad. I had a nice day. I could get a lot of work done, but on this bot, it's not mentally there though. Two Marines in, starting the first ghost. Second barracks on the way. I think I got this build order down good. But now I'm second guessing how late the factory is. Maybe I should go second factory. Well, maybe I can't even get the second factory because of all the... Because of the Ghost Academy and Ghost Production. Might be spending my gas. Reactor. Alright, goes move out to protect the third. They come back to defend because of the... I still have it set to rush. Which probably would have been enough to kill me if the computer committed there. Although kiting ghosts can be pretty good versus slow zerglings. Oh, I don't build Hellions. I wait for the armory to be done. So I should probably start the armory before the reactor. Or I should build Hellions until I have a completed armory. Yep, so the ghosts are staying behind the Hellbats, which is nice. The Viking, not so much. My bot really doesn't have a concept of an army, so it's all little hacky things to keep stuff together. That was a lot of EMPs. I know I'm spawning Dark Templar for my opponent, but did I just miss the Dark Templar a bunch of times, or what happened there? Going back and watching this replay might be a good idea. Yep, it's keeping up the Hellbat production. That's good. I was a little worried how the resourcing would work out. There's no concept in my bot of saving up for command centers. Usually I just do gas-hungry builds, so I always have extra resources for command centers. But it appears in this build I'm not floating the minerals like I normally do, so it's hard to establish expansions, but there's one right now. Yeah, so notice my Hellbats are cutting backwards versus melee units. So that's working. That do stutter forward. As long as they stutter forward versus the Hydras. Yeah, they're stuttering forward versus the refinery. Or the extractors, so that's good. I guess the only downside with them stuttering back versus Zerglings is that they might expose my sniping ghost to getting hit. Where's that ghost going? Actually, my Marauders aren't attacking at all. Or sorry, my Hellbats aren't attacking at all now that I'm looking at it. Versus these ranged units. Oh, I remember why. I'm missing something. It's getting a lot of these changes as I add more units. I gotta rethink like the stuff I wrote that just works for one unit to use it in a way that works for everything. Because I didn't send up a map of for Hellbats, it's just defaulting to like keeping them alive. Okay, so it was yeah. Ah. Five range versus oh shit. Five range versus ground. Rather than having one map for each unit, let's see if we can get some reusable ones. Ghost is 7 range versus both. Okay, so we're gonna need one for Hellbats. A map to check against. So I build the attack range map for Hellbats. So in Hellbats range. And the enemy's now in effect, and it's targetable. 2 range versus ground equals true. Anything else we need to do? No. Okay, that should fix it. Let's try again. Actually, yeah, that'll work. Basic unit micro. Oh, one other change I need. I think I can do it on the fly here. Okay. Hey, Gail. Yeah, of course, any of the builds I come up with are very different than what a human can do because it involves speed mining with the workers. So my mineral income is like 7-8% better than a human player. So I can change some of the timings and what's in the order of structures you can possibly do. Exception. Let me restart that. Ah, something I missed. Yeah. Well, I mean, we all saw that video back, well, we didn't all see it, but 10 years ago or something, someone made a little thing on a custom map showing a bunch of Nidus mining. A bunch of Niduses doing short range mining. Which a bot could handle, But remember back then, Niduses had no limit on how fast units could go in and out of them. Now Nidus worms exit very slowly. So you'd probably need multiple Nidus networks. Maybe one Nidus network per base, and then 2 Nidus worms per base. I still think it'd be a cool way to mine an island, though. I feel like that would almost never get spotted. And then it saves you all the hassle of having to try to take an island base. The one thing for sure is that bots could do Nidus mining. I just don't know if it would be useful or not.
Target acquired.
Just for next time, let me turn off the Zerg Rush, put it back to a macro build. AI build equals macro. Okay. I guess the other thing I need to think of with this build, assuming I'm going to use it next week, is how will it fare versus cheese? Because very likely to face cheese. I feel like this 2 marine bunker is going to get broken, and then this barracks is going to get broken. And then that could throw the whole build order off. Oh, I know why the ghost didn't attack before I set up the Hellbats. Because the Hellbats didn't have any micro turned on. And the ghosts are being told, hey, stay behind the Hellbats. So they were trying to cross the map, but like, we gotta wait for the Hellbats, which aren't moving. Okay, that Hellbat looked like it wasn't attacking, but I think it was trying to attack the Dark Templar that I couldn't see. I should turn off the DTs, but yeah, it doesn't look like the Hellbats are still not working. Just throwing a breakpoint. Attack ground position. Okay. And that checks. Let me breakpoints when when there's actually a Hellbat stuttering. Yeah, so the Hellbat's not engaging into the Roach. So it sets the closest enemy threat. That enemy threat is a Roach. And then we check do stutter forward. Oh, that's hard-coded the Marine attack range. I didn't catch that.
Target acquired.
So because a Marine can out has longer range than a Roach. Yeah, I guess we'll just take in an attack range value. I think there's a way to get the attack range that includes the radius of the unit. Get ground attack range. Add the unit radius. Yeah, I think that's the way we'll do it. Get ground attack range Marine. Takes in a unit. Because the actual range of a unit is the range of the unit plus the radius of the unit plus the radius of the enemy unit. To go from center point to center point of 2 units. This is hard-coded too. Hellbat's going to be fatter than 0.7375. Maybe we'll just take in the unit. Take in the attack unit. So then the attack range will be utils get. And this will be attack unit dot. I have a feeling this is stupid. Let me backtrack this in my mind a little bit here. Do start forward. We got 2 units. I don't actually care about the radius of these units because I'm just comparing their ranges. So I don't have to add the radius to both the range. Okay. So that's good. So let's screw the radiuses. So my attack range will just be, or I can just use that same method, as long as I'm doing it the same for both. What is target type? These will make it work for any 2 unit combinations. So if it's flying, the target type is air. Otherwise, the target type is ground. Actually, so I keep backtracking further here. Let's make a method where we just take in 2 units. So we'll get a get attack range where you send in, you know, units and target. And then this can figure out, you know, which weapon, air weapon or ground weapon it's using. And this will return, we'll call this guy. So it's going to pass in unit. And then it's going to figure out the target type. And it figures out the target type by checking the target, whether it's flying or not. So if it's flying, then it's a target type of ground, of air. Otherwise, it's target type of ground. Good. Now we got a method where we can just pass them 2 units. I don't have to worry about this target type garbage. So my attack range is the attack range of attack unit to closest enemy threat. And then enemy attack range is the range from the closest enemy threat to my unit. And then my attack range is greater than enemy attack range. Wait, what was this doing before? Oh, it's also checking to see whether it's in attack range or not. Well, I should always be starting forward if it's out of range. Let me type it, then I'll think it through. So if my range is less than the enemy attack range, then I'm going to stutter forward. Yeah, I probably need that other part too. So the distance between the 2 units is less than the distance between the 2 units my brain does not work today. So if the total attack range, so my attack range plus the enemy's radius, is less than the distance between us, let's say I want to stutter forward if I'm outside of range. Right, so this means I'm outside of range. Okay, so if I'm outside of range, or if the enemy outranges me, then I'm stuttering forward. I think that works. Sometimes simple things just break my brain. So let me think. If I'm versus a Hydralisk, I'm outside of range, I'm moving forward. If I'm inside of range, I'm stuttering forward. Versus a Zergling, if I'm outside of range, I'm moving forward. If I'm inside of attack range, then I'm attacking and stuttering back. Yeah, that'll still work. And we forgot to fix how we're calling the methods. So now we just call this with the 2 units. So unit, unit, boom. And then the marine one I gotta fix as well. Unit and unit. Okay, and go. Yeah, Roger stopping ghost production wasn't really an issue, right? Because I just used to make more barracks and don't use the factory. It also allowed me to delay the factory for a long time. It wasn't really until I needed a starport that I could build a factory. I just find that even though ghosts are bonus versus light, they're actually good versus roaches and ravagers and stock. Like, they're good versus things that they can snipe. Not so much versus like Zerglings, which are light units. So Hellbats not only work as better tanking units to protect the ghosts while they're sniping, but they're good versus light units, which is what I think what I need. Obviously Hellbat Ghost won't work at all versus Terran or Protoss anymore. But my Ghost Marauder build didn't work very well versus them either, so this is your pure TVZ build at this point. Yeah, there's a website called aiarena.net, and at any moment in time, there's like 8 or 9 ladder games going on. So it's playing like hundreds of bot games every single day. Humans can also play versus bots, but only locally, not on BattleNet. And it requires a special launcher. Yeah, SC2AI.net works as well. 2 URLs to the same website. Okay, so what the hell are we even testing? Hellbat's stuttering forward. Okay, got it. What else is on the to-do list today? Yeah, so whenever there's like a Zergling I want to peel off a unit for, I probably want to remove one of my Hellbats and morph it into a Hellion, so then it can become an option for that Zergling Scout. And anytime I don't need a Hellion for the Zergling Scout, I should morph it back into a Hellion, Hellbat. Keep ghosts behind Hellbats, that's already working. I forgot I did that. This I'll do off stream. And the secret worker rush I don't need until Pro Bot submission, which is Sunday, so no rush on that. So I think what we'll do is actually throw this build on the ladder, queue up some games, because I can queue them up manually as well, and see how other bots handle it. I still have a breakpoint. Viking attacking, Marines attacking, Ghosts falling back to deal with the Hellbats. The Hellbats actually should have been out at the natural here, unless they just built. Maybe they just built. I think they just built. The Vikings like the retard magnet from back in the day. Back in the day when you could still use the word retard. It's a fun word.
Target acquired.
Well, that's not working out well for the ghosts. They all got cornered, no Hellbats. Finally, a couple of Hellbats arrived. Well, they're not stuttering back, the Hellbats, which is nice. But they die super fast. They should still be stuttering back versus Zerglings. But this guy didn't seem to have a pile of Zerglings. And then versus Roach Ravager, they just kind of push in. Is this honestly all I have for army? It's 2 ghosts and a Hellbat. Okay, let's turn off the DTs. We're not testing EMP here. And it's wasting all my energy. Let's turn off the debug spawning altogether. Where do I do that? Yeah, I was trying to test everything with my ghosts earlier on, so I'm a spawning Dark Templar for the enemy there, if you didn't notice. That's why they're EMPing. Yeah, I mean, I guess if you don't stutter your Hellbats forward, then they're always around to deal with the Zerglings when the Zerglings pile out. But it could be a completely different story if I'm just massing the snipes. Right, the Hellbats can clean up the Zerglings, and yeah, when there's no Zerglings left, they're just running into their death versus Roaches and Hydras. But that's the time when I should be able to snipe everything down. Also, there could be a reason why no pro player makes Ghosts this early in the game. Maybe it's just actually a shitty composition. But I have to figure we wasted, what, 7 or 8 snipes worth of energy on EMPs. So I think these fights can look very different if the snipes are going off. We're also spawning a lot of other units for the Zerg as well. So the fight was kind of unfair. What were we spawning at? 7 Hydralisks and 2 DTs every minute, starting at the 5-minute mark. So that's why the army size was like way out of control for the enemy. Because I'm doing like an early game push, but I'm running into a mid-game army because of that. Yeah, unfortunately on this step mode there's no sound because we're at an accelerated speed kind of. But I do love that's what I'm hoping for. If I don't win Pro Bots, I want at least want a game where I hear that like just the pops. And popcorn's actually a really good analogy. Just like the pop 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 as units disappear to snipe. I was thinking of keeping the Ghost Marauder build and just making this one separate. But now I'm thinking just throw away the Ghost Marauder build and have this one replace it. The reason Ghost worked so well versus Terran in the past was because Snipe used to be instantaneous and 1/3 the cost. And you could still one-shot a Marine with that old Snipe. So you could like evaporate the early Marines. Yeah, so Snipes around the Roaches there. Hellbats took out the Zerglings. I noticed my ghosts were too sensitive to get in attack range, but maybe with Hellbats there, they still should. Oh, they EMP'd again, but I'm like, what? I thought I turned off the DTs, but it's because there was infestors. I wonder why my bot is making so many Vikings. That's a little odd. I guess one issue is I only have one factory worth of production, and where the ghosts may or may not die, the Hellbats always die. So I end up getting a lot of ghosts and not so many Hellbats Hmm. Doesn't. It's hard to nail down exactly what's wrong, but something's wrong. What's my starport up to? Now it's building a medevac. I wonder why I built so many Vikings. Let's take a look at that. Starport units. Have a Raven if his Cloak or Burrow makes sense. Build more Vikings when more needed for kill squads. This is likely the problem here. Probably sees a bunch of overlords on my side of the map, and he's like, okay, I got one Viking peeled onto this overlord, but there's 3 more, so I need to keep making Vikings. Oh, this is it. Maintain 4 Vikings versus Zerg. Why am I doing this? I guess I do have an anti-air problem. But against Zerg. No, this is probably just to clean up overlords.
Target acquired.
I already got this code for cleaning up overlords. Let's change this to 1. So maintain at least one Viking. So versus Zerg, I should open Viking, which is okay. It can help deal with the overlords immediately. Once I go on the offense, I want to maintain 2 ravens. So it'd probably be like Viking, medevac, then I go on the offense and build 2 ravens. Then I maintain Vikings based on my bio count. I should include Hellbats. Yeah, so 1 medevac per 4 bio units. If all my medevacs are dry on energy, I'll also build a medevac. And if I have less than 5 medevacs, I build a medevac. And if none of those conditions exist, then I just don't build anything at all from the starport. So I still could go over 5 medevacs if my existing 5 dry out, but yeah, as for some reason I wanted to maintain 4 Vikings versus Zerg as a priority. I don't know why. Scout Viking. What I should probably add is code for anti-air. You know, if I'm facing Broodlords, I want to get at least 4 Vikings. You know, I should probably get a ratio of Vikings to my enemies' Corruptors and Mutas. I think I didn't change the code in time. I think this game is still going to be going up to 4 Vikings. You know what they are nice for is they're working as spotters for the high ground. So my snipes don't actually hit. Because say a Hellbat runs up a ramp, all my ghosts behind start sniping and then the Hellbat dies. Well then I just lost all my snipe locks. I have the armory as well. I guess I should get the vehicle plating as an upgrade. It'll affect my air units and my Hellbats. And even maintaining like the double Raven counts for creep. It only seems necessary because I'm so reliant on Ravens to clear expansion bases that have a Zergling there. Right now I only clear expansions with Ravens and auto turrets. So if I don't have enough Ravens, I can just never expand onto blocked bases. If I made my bot smarter to like actually use my army and scan to clear a base, then I wouldn't have to maintain like a large raven count. Just one would be enough. I guess before I put on the ladder, I should probably make it a little bit smarter on when to attack. Right now, I just attack whenever I have 15 army supply. I think I should attack... So yeah, at least have four Hellbats. Not including the ones they're producing. Yeah, we'll say 6. Because the 2 will be crossing the map from far away. And then we'll go on the offensive army supply. Guess we don't even need that. So always go on offense if we're over 190, just so I don't get stuck on my side of the map forever in a draw situation, because I didn't save room for Hellbats. If I max out without 6 Hellbats, basically I still want to attack. Number of Hellbats greater than or equal to 6. Okay. Do you micro the Hellbats to get as close as possible when attacking clumsy units? Basically, the Hellbat will just look at the closest unit, and if it's something it should be cutting backwards, like a Baling or a Zergling or a Zealot, it'll kite back, versus everything else, it'll stutter step forward. So, for instance, versus a pile of roaches, it's going to get as close as possible. It'll only stop to attack. With that said, at least with only one factory, I can't really get my Hellbats on top of the enemy army because I just have so few of them. The other thing is I made my ghosts really tentative, really wanting to stay alive, which made sense when they're going out with Marauders. But I think now I want them to use their auto attack more. Don't be so afraid to take damage. So let's take a look at the ghost and make them a little more aggressive. Stay back when health is less than 20%. be aggressive only versus light units. So, yeah, if there's a rote, they're trying to. Yeah, so I think I want to be aggressive when near a Hellbat, basically. But I want to check the game for a second here. Are we at that point yet? No, still building up. Let's see. If I'm on offense, that means I have at least 6 Hellbats. No, we should still check to see if there's a Hellbat nearby. So... I have a method for that. Get units nearby of type. Sure. Alliance unit type position. How else did this work? And a float. Oh, probably the range. So how many Hellbats are within... range? Sorry, let's see how this is going. Yeah, it's certainly nicer having medevacs here. What? Where are they going? Oh, they're retreating because I don't have 6 Hellbats. But the Hellbats aren't retreating. How did that happen? I guess the Hellbats, since there's an enemy in range. If there weren't an enemy in range, they'd be retreating, but since there was one already in range, they just stay and keep fighting. Makes sense. The Hellbat's already in attack range, they probably shouldn't retreat. Yeah, that center forward actually helps them find surface area as well, which is nice. Enemy structures are kind of a problem. The ghosts can get caught on, say, a hatchery, while the Hellbats run forward and fight by themselves somewhere else. Ultralisk. I thought this enemy was dying, and then all of a sudden, Ultralisk. Luckily, Ultras versus Snipe is not very good. Yeah, the medevacs help so much. Even these 2 dried out medevacs, just the little spurt of healing it's giving us, keeping all 4 of these Hellbats alive. I assume there's more. Well, that's on the way. Looks like they're building Vikings now. My bot just loves its Vikings for some reason. More Vikings. Probably because it's all these overlords, and it's like, ooh. Gotta assign 1 Viking for each overlord. Okay, so I want to be aggressive when I'm near a Hellbat. So what do I consider near a Hellbat? .10 range, sure. So I'm near a Hellbat if there's a Hellbat within 10 range of me and that list is not empty. I do not care. Well, or if the closest enemy is light. Do I want my ghosts attacking Hydra's heads up? Is the question. Because they do have the bonus, they do double damage to light units like Hydras, but maybe I don't want them. Ghosts are a little more valuable than just attack units, because they're so pricey. They'll attack mutas no matter what, because they outrange them. What's a light unit that outranges a ghost? Hydra? Marines? I definitely don't want them fighting Marines. Okay, let's think Zerg. Broodlings, Zerglings, Hydra, mutas, they all get outranged. Yeah, so it's just Hydralisk. Do I want ghosts fighting Hydralisk without Hellbats around? I think the answer is probably no. So for that reason, I don't care at all about what the closest enemy unit is. Or whether it's light or not. All I care is if I'm near a Hellbat. If I'm near a Hellbat, then I'm gonna fight. What am I doing? But if the Hellbat is 10 range behind me. I don't know. Let's just see how it works. And while we wait this out, let's try to make this playable on ladder. Let's just use it versus every Zerg opponent. So I'll hard code that in for now. Versus Zerg. Alright, Snipe Pick Ghost Marauder versus Zerg. Cool, let's build it. Build the class files first, then we'll build the jar. Create a zip file. I'll go here and edit our bot. Upload. Okay, let's try out a couple of test games. Let's bring in the big guns. The #1 bot on the ladder, the #2 bot on the ladder. We'll try them both. I guess we should also test next week's opponent, but we won't do that. So Eris, the #1 bot versus Catback. Probably gonna get pulled apart by Zerglings running everywhere, and my Hellbot's being slow as dirt, because I never actually did that thing where I turned them into Hellions. Cross match. And then Zoe. Catback. Oh, why not? Let's try our opponents for next week. Dovahkiin. Catback. Match requested. Run it versus the computer one more time. Oh, you know what else I want to do? See if you can figure out what that one means. So with my mule BM, someone in the YouTube comments had the idea of creating a shape of a Pac-Man eating 2 dots. I'm like, yeah, I can do that one too. Because now we have animated mass mule drawing things on the map. This is how I could see myself losing to Dovahkiin, though. He does some cheese, and he just blasts through all of this, right? Knocks me back to the top of my ramp, and I stay alive, but then I build all this production. Like, factory, 3 barracks, and a starport. And since I can never afford to support all that production, I never save up money to expand again. And then I end up accidentally on a 1 base all in. Let's go full screen on this. I don't need to look at the code anymore. And switch to the scene. I suppose I should build the armory before the reactor, because my factory's not doing anything right now. Actually, let's take a quick look at that. Build order. Oops. Yeah. Costellian opener. Factory. Reactor armory. Yeah, just reverse those. Yeah, good. So the Hellbats are pooling up here. I wasn't sure whether that was working or not. And here we go. These ghosts always make sure there's at least one Hellbat closer to the enemy than they are. A good amount of snipes off there. Yeah, it looks like that Hellbat could have retreated and it didn't. But this one's retreating. So I take it back. Maybe it's okay. But we're basically retreating until we get back to 6 Hellbats again. This feels like it should be maybe a 2-factory build. Maybe once I start my 4th command center, I'll allow my bot the option of building a 2nd factory and reactor. It looked like that ghost had enough energy to cloak, and it didn't. Oh, it's probably because there's an overseer over top of him, so there'd be no point. But my ghosts are supposed to cloak when they get low in health. This medevac, I think, is just running away from the hydras. How about kiting back versus Zerglings isn't great when I'm sniping, but it's too difficult of an edge case to figure out. We'll just call that a minor micro error that's going to exist forever. I don't think we ever need blue flame with this build. Light units are going to be absolutely shredded by Ghost Hellbat, so getting more bonus to light doesn't seem necessary. Kind of getting split up here. And the Hellbats even on their own though do okay, as long as they got a little bit of medevac support. Do my medevacs go back to repair? Nice, they do. I can't tell because the game's moving so slow right now, but I feel like it should have had its boost available. Anytime the medevac wants to get anywhere this far away, they use their boost. Like after this thing gets repaired, it should be boosting back across the map. But it's not. Oh well. Maybe whenever it tries to heal something that's far away. And right now there's no heal targets for the medevac. Spines are certainly a really good unit against what I'm doing here. Hellbats are okay versus spines, I suppose, but you can't snipe them. And they're armored units, so... That's where the Marauders will come in handy, I guess, against the Spines. One thing that makes the Ghost Marauder build better. So now my bot should never go off of offense, even if I lose all my Hellbats, just because the supply count is so high. I guess that's the other thing is, if my supply count is really high, then I should make my ghosts more offensive as well. I don't want them all like staying back trying to survive and being maxed out with nothing attacking. Where was that? Set micro priority. So if Hellbat's nearby, or if I'm over 190 supply. Well, technically, I got 180 supply. No, 190, never mind. Okay. Trying to think of if there's a scenario where these could both be false. So anyway, I can't make Hellbats without being maxed. No. One of these will always become true at some point as I'm maxing out. Yeah, and this is the problem right here happening. So I'm glad I added that code. I can't get up to 6 Hellbats because I'm maxed out. So my bot's like, well, we'll just wait until we have 6 Hellbats. I thought it would be a rare edge case, but 2 seconds later it happens. Actually, I didn't change that code. That code is here. If I'm not on offense and... Oh, my army supply. Nope, not army supply. Just my total supply. It's over 190. Yeah. And then if I build that, it should fix it. Parsing, writing. There it goes. Did it fix? Yeah, it fixed. My bot has crawled to a stop though. Did it fix? Yeah, it's turning the offense on, but that's turning it off immediately. Do I need... So if offense is on... Yeah, same dealio over here.
Target acquired.
So if offense is on and my food used is less than 190 or... No, all three of these have to be true. Then I turn it off. My offense is on and I'm under 190 supply and I have less than 6 Hellbats, then I return home. Okay. Build. Build's done. Yeah, there we go. Back on the push. Okay. Let's upload these changes to AI Arena, as that's a pretty important one. I can see ending up in a lot of draws that I should win because I max out with the wrong units. And I'm never going to have many Hellbats. My Ghosts can survive forever, but my Hellbats are always on the front lines dying off. And then those games we queued up should be done. So you can take a look at those replays too. And we'll see how bad we got trashed by the best bots on the ladder. Hello? There it is. Okay. We're still playing Eris. We beat Dovahkiin and lost to Zoe. Alright, let's see what happened versus Dovahkiin. I could hardcap the number of ghosts, but I think if money's no object, I would rather have a ghost than a Hellbat. Like, if I could have 40 ghosts and 10 Hellbats, I think I'd rather have 50 ghosts if money's no object. I could be wrong about that. But yeah, that's another way of doing it. We'll first gas expand, looks like. Looks like it's just flooding Zerglings 2 at a time. Looks like the Lings are on A move, because they know not to attack an empty bunker. That's something we don't know in the API, whether a bunker is empty or not, but when you A move a unit, the unit itself knows. There's nothing to snipe. I guess the queens. Not sure about the third hatchery if you're not going to saturate your second base. Alright, let's check out the loss to Zoe. 14-minute loss. At least we lasted a little while. Sorry, we're zoomed in that whole time? My bad. Let's turn the scene swapper back on so I don't have to remember. Can't you read the attack target when you A-move? Yes, you can. That could be a way to figure out whether a bunker is empty or not, I guess. You A-move towards a bunker, and if it chooses another target other than the bunker, you know the bunker is empty. Yeah, but the reverse can't be true. Well, that's not how the scene swapper should work. Okay, here we go. Alright, Zoe with the hatch first. Into pool. So with bots, you actually have to extractor trick to go to go hatch first. Otherwise, you end up with money you can't spend. As if Zerg couldn't drone up fast enough. $38 drones to 31. It's okay. I think the Ghost Marauder build beat Zoe and didn't beat Darius. It might be the opposite when I switch, because yeah. Zoe likes the lot of roaches, which Marauders would have done well against, and Eris likes lots of Zerglings. Zergling Hydra. Yeah, I got it heavily split up here, didn't I? Oh no. Yeah, I'm way split up. My army's just crossing the map in different ways. This is actually the reason I'm losing right here. Don't have any ravens, and the ravens are the only method my bot has for clearing expansions. I should maybe prioritize working on clearing expansions better, in a way that's not dependent on having mass raven, like my other builds always had. So snipe will one-shot a roach. I was a little worried that I could, if I snipe the roach, it would burrow and regenerate. Yeah, I think it's mostly that I'm stuck on 3 bases. Finally, I got a Raven out. Declared 1 base, but took until the 8-minute mark. Interesting. Eris is even more annoying at blocking expansions, so I'm guessing it's going to be the same thing against him. But the game is still running. The fights themselves weren't too terrible. I think he got a lot of value out of his burrowed roach play because I didn't have any detection. EMP does not detect burrowed units, which took me about 7 years of playing StarCraft before I realized that to be true. So when I was doing a ghost build and I started EMPing the roaches, I'm like, oh, I know it detects Dark Templar. I didn't know it didn't work versus burrowed stuff. Yeah, so maybe just smarter starport production somehow. Maybe rather than, you know, if this criteria, build this starport unit, and if this criteria, build this starport unit. Maybe instead I should give like a weighting to each unit. Like check some criteria and then decide, like, give a number value to how much I need a Raven and a number value to how much I need a medevac, and then whichever number is greater is the one I'll build. That way, instead of like first get 4 Vikings, then get 2 Ravens, then get medevacs, it'll start getting them kind of as I need them. Like I need at least 1 Viking right now, then let me get a couple of medevacs, and okay, now that I got a couple of medevacs, I can get a Raven. And then to even expand on that, you'd want to weight your starport production versus all your other production. You know, I want to expand and my starport's idle. Like, which one takes priority? Yeah, I mean, I think my bot was, whenever I saw a burrowed unit, it would build, what was it, two Ravens? But then if my Ravens waste their auto turret energy fighting at the front, then they won't have the auto turrets to go clear an expansion base. What am I doing? I have it. I see the word Master Raven strategy. I click on it. What was I looking at? Army manager. No, it was build manager. Yeah. Yeah, maintain 1 Raven whenever I see Cloak or Burrow. I think also if I can't build an expansion and I don't know why, I assume that there's a burrowed Zergling. So that will activate this switch as well. But yeah, maybe 2. So that means my starport will build a Viking first. Then 2 ravens whenever I face cloak. Also, whenever I go on offense, I build 2 ravens versus Zerg. I guess that's just because I minimally need it for creep. Also, usually when I go on offense, that's when I'm thinking about taking a 4th base. Maybe go up to 3 here. Also, I think if I don't need anything at all from the starport, I should just build a raven. Because ravens are just cost efficient. So if I'm good on Vikings, I'm good on ravens, and I'm good on medevacs. If there's nothing I actually need, then just build another raven. That's a lot of ravens. 3 ravens. Like, it might be I build a Viking, and then I go on offense, and then I build 3 ravens, and then I never end up getting a medevac. Okay, 1 raven versus cloak and burrow. Vikings we need for kill squads, and also at least 1 Viking. Then when I go on offense, maintain at least 2. I think it's probably enough ravens. I gotta make sure they don't waste their auto turrets fighting the enemy army. Maybe only have them like auto turret when they hit like 150 energy. That way they got energy to save for when they need to clear an expansion base. One medevac per 4 bio units. That might be excessive too. Maybe 1 per 5. Or maybe we don't need this at all. Maybe this is enough. If my average medevac has less than 20 energy, build another medevac. I don't think we need this either. No point getting 5 medevacs if I only have like 5 ground units. So 1 medevac for every 5. Let's go 6. One for every 6, and we'll still get more if the existing ones are dried out. Otherwise, Raven. Okay, I like that. Let's see if that game is done. No. Still running. My guess is that my bot is winning, but they're chasing Zerglings around infinitely. So the game just never ends. Send 2 ghosts and scan. Yeah. Yeah, the way I clear expansion bases doesn't make sense. It made sense back when my only build at all times I'd have like 15 ravens. So just peel off a raven to clear the base. And the nice thing about a raven is that it can detect and it can shoot air, like if an overlord is pooping and blocking it. And it can shoot ground, like a burrowed zergling or a creep tumor. So it was a way to peel off 1 unit to deal with clearing an expansion. Still ended up getting complicated though. But yeah, for any build that doesn't involve having tons of Raven energy, it's kind of dumb. I should definitely be sending army units and scanning. I could even send a Hellion and attack one of my own units, assuming that the Zergling is in the middle. There's also a way to cheat and find out exactly where the Zergling is, but I wouldn't want to do that. Basically, you tell your bot to like say, can I place a sensor tower here? Can I place a sensor tower here? And you keep moving it around the expansion until you find a spot where it says it's not allowed, and then you know there's a burrowed unit there. But you're not supposed to get that information unless you actually place the structure. So we don't allow it in the bot scene. It's something they had in the API that shouldn't be there. Well, let's make Pac-Man then. Since that game is taking a while. So I have this little tester bot here, and this bot will generate the code I need to draw something with mules. All I gotta do is create the shape myself. I think it's still okay. Oh no, I was using it for something else. Let's see here. Yeah, okay. Let's just give myself 24 mules. I think if I spawn them, they never disappear too. That'd be awesome to have in a game. Mules that never die. Oh yeah, nukes. We gotta work that into it. Like, how do we go mass ghost without nukes? We definitely have to work that into the build. Okay, let's just find a nice little canvas somewhere. I guess on my main base is fine. I guess while we're doing this, make sure we don't die. So we'll need 2 for the dots, and the rest will be the Pac-Man. Pac-Man doesn't have an eye. No, he's just a circle with a mouth. Okay, I can go bigger, I guess. Something like that. Yeah. Just looking at the mini map. Looks good to me. I want to spread it out a bit more because it does change based on where it's placed. It's not exactly a circle, but I think we're good enough here. Okay, and then I think there breakpoint somewhere. Oh, I had zoomed in, didn't I? Yeah, you can kind of see how it looks like on the minimap. Okay, so let's just put a breakpoint anywhere. And then I think it had a method to build this one, print SCV letter position. We'll change it to mule. Let's make sure it's not still using the SCVs. Okay. Run that, and it should have put it in the console. Yep, there it is. And that's all the relative positions I need. So now we can go add it to the manor mules. All right, so we got GG, we got easy, we got a heart, a smiley, and now we got a Pac-Man. And this mules will rotate between them. Guess we gotta do something like this. Can't remember how I did this. But we'll just copy the how we did the other ones. Oh, I see. This is the center point. -5 plus 6.5. Yeah. Something like that. So for the first 15 seconds, okay, so it starts as GG for the first 15 seconds, and all the code is in here is to rotate between the other ones. So we'll take 5 seconds off that. How long does the mule last? 43 seconds, I think. Mule time would be last mule frame Okay, so that's seconds is an int actually. So that variable represents how many seconds we're into the mule. Now minus last mule. Yeah. So we can use that. So let's do this in if statements. Mule time is greater than 35 seconds, then we'll do Pac-Man. type. Otherwise, it'll be easy. So from 15 to 27, 12 seconds, 39, okay. 24, 9 seconds. 9 seconds and 10 seconds. Okay, let's give that a try. Except there's an error. I think we have it set up in our tester bot here. What is this? Drop mule message. Okay, it doesn't exist anymore. Oh, right. I gave myself a whole bunch of orbitals so I can do it. Almost there. Testing bot. So will this work? I think so. Giant question mark. That'd be good too. I do it by calling down 24 mules, so whatever I'm drawing, it's gotta be made with mules. think that's enough orbitals. How many did we got?
I can't build here.
We'll have to get to 150 energy. 13. No, I only have to get to 100 energy. Please work, please work, please work. Oh, there's a breakpoint. Not exactly space for the the 2 pellets, but not bad. They still have a lot of time left. 64 seconds. Oh, okay. So we don't have to be so tight on the time here. Let's spread it out a little bit more. Although they're not going to, if it does end up in a Probots cast, they're not going to stare at it for 64 seconds, I don't think. So maybe we'll leave it as is. Maybe start it a little bit later. 15 seconds. No, actually, I think I like it. Maybe start it sooner. Yeah, let's start it quicker. Say 13 seconds. Take 2 seconds off everything.
Target acquired.
Alright, is that game versus Eris finally done? A 47-minute tie is what that Eris game ended up being. Alright, let's stop that. Let's exit out of here. Let's take a look at the Eris game. Trying to think why it could be a tie right now. I don't float any of my structures, so it's not like he killed me really quick and I had a structure floating in the corner. Maybe it was actually just a really close game, but I suspect it's probably not. It's probably one bot couldn't finish. Yeah, even if I'm chasing Zerglings around the map like an idiot, I don't think that would create a tie. Because eventually you would corner the Zergling, especially with ghosts and their 7 range. Plus, Eris is a much better bot, so I'm guessing that he won the game and then just couldn't close it for some reason. But you never know. On the proxy hunt. Not the best overlord. Ouch. He's on 5 bases. Yeah, we got really separated again somehow. He's definitely got me running in circles. This is terrible. Where's my ghost? One hill that made it across the map on its own. Oh my gosh, he still got away. Okay, actual fight. Not too shabby, but these guys all exited the fight to go after these Zerglings over here. Yeah, they're definitely stuttering on top of the Hydras, which is nice. Oh, look at this sneaky guy. Look at that creep tumor. There's a queen in here, isn't there? What a goof. This is something I did in Archon mode, I remember. If you have the APM, you just like have one person fly around with a dropper lord with it set to pooping. And every time you stop to drop the queen out, it'll poop creep, and you can put a creep tumor down. Ah, sorry guys. Come on, game. Full screen it. There we go. How many Zerglings is enough Zerglings to surround 2 Hellbats? Is there a number? I still haven't been able to take this base yet. No, he's gonna survive and drop down a creep tumor. Get him. Nice. Oh. Oh, he actually pulls in Ghost with Abduct. Maybe it is a legitimate tie. We finally got another base down. Looks like we've almost cleared another one too. Oh, I know what probably happened. I bet we won. But remember that this game is before I made that change to attack when I don't have 6 Hellbats. Like attack when I'm at full supply. I bet I end up at max supply without any Hellbats, so my bot just never goes across the map. Because look at the units lost tab. I think we beat Eris. We just couldn't close it because of that bug. Or that poor decision. I guess it's a bug. How do I feel like my EMPs are missing? Because earlier when we were facing Dark Templar, my bot was EMPing a lot. I think I tried to catch all 3 of these units. It's not that. No, it's over here. I was going for the Viper. I missed horribly. Yeah, I think like the Viper's here. So I try to EMP like this. Like just catch it on the edge. And then it ends up getting too far away or something. I'm kind of rounding everything too to the nearest points, so Let's take a look at that. I think for now I could maybe just turn off EMP. Because I'm not even sure if EMPing like infestors and vipers is good. It might just be better to snipe. Between the Vikings and the snipes though, he loses his detection really quickly. And then the cloak on the ghosts actually works out pretty well. My medevacs don't do anything special when they have parasitic bomb on them. How much micro does it take a Zergling to keep out of Hellbat range? Yeah, here's the problem, right? My bot's like, don't go on the offense unless you have 6 Hellbats, but I'm at 199 supply. So look, we're like establishing new bases. We're taking more than half the map. We just can't attack. And like getting a handful of ghosts in the late game is nice. So getting 45 of them or whatever I have, 44 ghosts, certainly also nice. Gosh. It's like a spellcasting massacre between getting all my units caught in fungal and him losing all his units to snipe. He's blocking his own expansion. Yeah, I guess that's it, right? I'm only going to defend. So I'm just going to push away all of his attacks until he stops attacking from being broke. And then the game will draw. It's going to take a long time to clear this base. The Zerglings there. I think each auto turret gets like 1 Zergling. It's another way to take a base, I guess. The Ravens will attack similar to the Ghosts. So they'll kind of move towards the closest enemy target. Unless they're getting peeled off to deal with things like the expansion bases. So sometimes they end up on their own. Sometimes, like, especially when they're running away from things, they may end up like scooping way around to the south or to the north and end up separated from the pack. So my army units usually get like individual commands, but they're similar commands. So they'll end up in similar places most of the time. But there's no concept of like keeping them all together. My bot hasn't actually played a real ladder game during all this time. I wonder if let's request another match versus Eris. Yeah, the only thing we didn't upload was the Pac-Man. And I guess we can do another one versus Zoe too. The issue against Zoe was just the lack of ravens, right? I think we made that better? I can't even remember. Yeah, we made it better by not having a million Vikings at the start of the game. They're dodging to the side repeatedly. Yeah, well, I mean, it's worth... I can take a look at it. Let's check that out one more time. Yeah, I think the way it works is when one of my units, like the Raven, comes under enemy threat, it'll try to retreat straight back towards my base. But if it checks a couple cells that direction and that spot's not safe either, then it'll just try to find the safest position possible, no matter what direction it is. So sometimes they'll end up like swinging around all the way like behind the enemy just because they're trying to stay safe, and they get totally separated from the rest of my army. I think until they get high energy as well, they stay back pretty far. So even when they're with my army, they're still close enough to provide a decent amount of detection. But they're not way on the front line. They're back a few cells from the rest of the army. I also wonder, what if I sent these 3 ghosts right now? Does he have detection? Would he have detection in time? Layer on the way. And 3 ghosts, they do 20 damage per shot. Oh, that's annoying. So if you put 2 shots into a drone, you'd think 20 damage times 2 would kill a 40 hit point unit. Sorry. But because of the way Zerg regen works, it'll actually put it down to like 0.01 hit points. So it actually takes 3 ghosts to kill a drone. Well, maybe not for a bot though. Maybe if both ghosts shoot at the exact same game frame. But there's animation time too. I don't know. Maybe it's possible to 2-shot a drone. Probably not. There's probably always have like a sliver of health left. But yeah, sending over 3 ghosts at that time when he has no detection. You just hit cloak and... Did I even have cloak at that time? I don't know. I feel like you can cloak in there and just to kill a whole ton of drones. May not even be worth it to snipe queens too. Because it may not be worth losing some cloak time. All right, let's check out the ravens. Once we get one. I guess they are clearing this base. That stupid creep tumors, man. This one's clearing that base. This one's clearing this base. Yeah, they're like on constant duty to clear the bases, it seems. When they're done, they do come back to try to rejoin the fight, though. What's happening here? Looks like they're being told to go back home. And at the same time, they're giving a command some, like they're getting conflicting commands, it looks like. What should they be doing right now? I don't even remember. Do I send them home for repairs no matter what if they're low on energy? I don't think so. So I don't think they should be getting this command. Is that even their command? I don't even know. Where is he off to? He's off to clear this, I think. I mean, they do stay very far back. But I think that's fine. So we're really just here for detection. They'll still dive in when they want to auto turret, but I guess Hydra's is the one unit where Blue Flame would come in handy. Oh man, those fungals are rough. What was that? That was another terrible EMP, right? Okay, I got that in the EMP. Obviously, you can't EMP faster than an enemy unit can cast, but I got one of them on my EMP. Oh, this time we lost Eris in 13 minutes. So something went poorly in the second game. Let's see what happened. Breach my main base at 11 minutes. The burrowed roaches are escaping. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, the medevacs don't do anything about Parasite Bomb. I built that into my Banshees and Vikings and Ravens. But I didn't put anything about that in my medevac. I think my other air units should have been running away from my parasitic medevac though. I'm not sure if they're just running away from each other in the same direction. Or maybe that just wasn't working. Except 10 workers. This is a little dangerous. 5 ghosts is better. But if something like this arrived. Why is this Hellion on its own across the map? Yeah, I'm just getting pulled apart again. Everything's all spread out. Rough. Yeah, that would do it. There goes my entire army. Very expensive ghosts. I think I'm done coding for this today, but oh jeez. But I don't think it'll be much work to make my the Hellbats turn into Hellions and chase those lone Zerglings. And then at least my army won't get pulled apart by lone Zerglings. The groups of Zerglings they'll still backtrack for. But not like these little pesky guys. I'll just peel off of Hellion for them. That fungal's really good versus snipe. It's a spell that interrupts snipe and doesn't let you snipe again. The way I handled Parasitic Bomb before was just have with their Parasitic unit travel forward into the enemy. But I can probably make that better too. First of all, make it so my medevacs even do something. And secondly, just basically just try to have the unit dodge my own units as well as dodge the enemy. I can put that in the threat map. Yeah, clearing this bottom base. That's the priorities right now, Raven. Really gotta make sure we can take our 6th spend when we're losing our main. For some reason I'm doing weapon attacks on the armory. That's not useful. I guess a little bit for the Hellbats, but armor would be way better. Making the Hellbats tanky is more important than making them high damage. And then obviously that would help with all my air units as well. It may look like it's over, but don't worry. We're clearing out this expansion. That's what really matters here. I guess I do have the money to expand. Well, I don't really have a threat map for friendly, because usually that's not something you have to worry about. In fact, I probably wouldn't even put it on the map, because it's not something I need for every unit. It's only something I need for the parasitic unit. So probably just when I'm picking a safe position, make sure it's at least 4 range away from any friendly air unit as well. Maps are nice when it's something you can apply to many units. Let's see if Double can, or let's see if the Zoe game's done. Yep. Another loss. Still a lot of pretty major improvements we can do to this build. I think now we're not using Marauders, double Inch Bay upgrade seems unnecessary. I can just do 1 Inch Bay. Go +2 attack. Or I guess +3. 3-0 and then go up to 3-3. That'll free up a lot of gas. Armory working on either no upgrades or working on armor upgrades first will be a big improvement as well. And then I think just adding a second factory when I get our 4th base. It'd just be nice to have more Hellbats. I think any map where you can't walk through the middle is naturally going to split my army up. Whenever they try to cross the map, some are going to take the bottom path, some are going to take the top, then they're all going to get distracted. Ugh. It's kind of interesting that the Hellbats go out to the Zergling, but the Ghosts don't. That's another thing that's splitting up my army. Maybe the Ghosts saw an Overlord or something? Yeah, my army's all over the place. Not bad, right? Yeah, that went alright. So the fights are going okay. It's probably, I guess it's going to become an issue with this again. Oh, what an awesome spot to fight from. So many bases to clear, so little time. Yeah, we're building Vikings again. Why Vikings? Medevac. But we only have one Raven. What is my code for that again? One Raven if he has Bro or Cloak. Whenever I'm on the offense, go up to 2 Ravens. So it must be because I'm prioritizing Vikings and losing Vikings or something. So above that, I guess for every Overlord that's floating around, I try to build a Viking. Oh, this is a bad fight. That would do it. I mean, we're still ahead in units lost, but we just lost like all of our ghosts. We're down to 1 ghost. What? Will this float? What? How did it get built there? What? That should not be a valid position. I wonder if I had an ideal economy, whether Hellback Ghosts will do well versus Roaches. Roaches are very cheap. And Hellbats and Ghosts aren't particularly good or bad versus Roaches. None of them do bonus to Armored, but Hellbats are okay versus Roaches, and Snipe is pretty good versus Roaches. It's a pretty good value one shot. Maybe versus Zerg I should always preserve a certain amount of Raven energy in total. Or not even energy, but like a certain amount of available auto turrets. So if I have like 6 Ravens, okay, you start auto turreting. But if I have 1 Raven, it's like, okay, you gotta preserve at least 3 auto turrets for clearing bases. I want to see what's going on with the Vikings. I think the Viking production is what threw everything off. So my bot is supposed to build One Viking versus Zerg, but then if there's a Viking needed for additional kill squads, it'll make more. And I do send out Vikings as a kill squad versus like overlords randomly. Like random overlords on the map. Vikings required. I'm requiring 2 Vikings per overlord. No, overseer. No, 1 Viking per overlord. 2 for an overseer. Like, I don't know. I felt like my bot was just spamming Vikings. Let's keep the starport selected. I want to see what this thing's actually building. Might be a lack of gas as well. So it took a long time for that starport to build anything, because it just kept trying to build a Raven and couldn't afford it. And while it's waiting to build a Raven, my gas is getting spent on ghosts and whatnot. So now we got 2 Vikings and we're producing another one. We're producing 2 more Vikings. Why? Why does it want Vikings? So I only maintain 1 Viking versus Zerg. So the only other place I would build Vikings are for these kill squads. Okay, is just looking to see if there's a if any kill squad needs a Viking, then my bot will just start spamming Vikings. So I guess this is a bad idea because I might require 1 Viking and have 4 starports, and all 4 starports will start building a Viking. So I guess one thing we can do is, whoops. Only build a Viking here if none are in production. None in production of type. Okay, so if I need more Vikings for my kill squads, and I'm not producing a Viking, then I'll make one. Now, I guess, well, that's not that great either. Maybe we can change this method to actually return how many we need. Get available enemy air targets. Oh, this might be a bug. No. Yeah, okay, never mind. So every air unit that's not already being attacked by a Viking that is safe to attack yeah, okay, I think I like it the way I have it. Because this number is going to get way too big otherwise. So just one at a time. And even if there's like 5 overlords that need to be picked off, it's okay to just do them one at a time with like 2 Vikings. I don't need to get up to 5 Vikings. So this will remove the Viking spam, which will allow me to build more Ravens and more Medevacs. Medevacs, I think, are a powerhouse for my army. Ravens are such a vital utility unit, especially the way I have my bot coded. Yeah, and once I get gas broke, I rarely make a Raven. What map is this? Curious Minds. I want to check something. I don't like that misplaced command center there. I want to see what caused that. Curious Minds. Yeah, I mean, I think the early fights actually went well. So I think the reason he was able to get a ton of roaches and I wasn't able to keep up with my army supply is because I was never able to expand beyond like my initial 3 bases. So the fights went well until he just outsupplied me. And then there's one fight where I was trying to flee and got like a whole bunch of ghosts stuck there. Yeah, I mean, it's not a... There wasn't a pre-selected area to build a command center there. Not sure how that even happened. I think I want to make sure there's always room for 3 command centers in my base. Or at least 2. Right now I'm just making sure there's at least spot for 1, but if I'm going to be building my base and floating them out, I need more than 1. I think, yeah, 2 is good, because then if I have 3 starports in a row, I can replace those 3. I can likely replace those 3 starports with 2 command centers. Like, say this is a starport right here, or whatever, a 3x3 structure. Then 2 command centers only goes 1 notch lower down. Yeah, I don't know how a command center ended up like that. What was it, like this? It was like this, right? It's not a pre-selected spot. It's not my expansion spot. Sometimes when I'm trying to land a command center somewhere, I'll give up and just land it somewhere else and turn it into a planetary. But that wasn't even landing. That was just building a command center in the wrong position. Oh, I bet it's my old code for building macro orbitals. I bet I never turned it off. Actually, it's okay to keep it. I just gotta make sure that it doesn't build on any of the pre-selected structure locations. Well, I'm drained. Was there any other queued up games? I can't even remember. I don't think so, right? Nope. What's going on with the ladder, though? There's no ladder games running. At least not with my bot. They're all playing flat 48 games. Four of them are playing Division 2 games. I thought this Flat 48 was like highly deprioritized, but it looks like half our servers are running, or half our clients are running that. Only half doing the actual ladder. I guess one way to look at it is we look at match results. Where does that even exist? Yeah. Competition results. Yeah, these are almost all flat 48 games. Now, given flat 48 games run a lot faster because they're just worker rushing. Well, now it's more of a mix. I'll mention it on Discord. Anyways, let's find someone to host. Next stream we'll do actually play some StarCraft 2.
Because I knew today was going to be the time I play it, so I'm like, avoided the question.
Isn't it?
But,
It should be right here, right?
yeah, Bethesda
Am I not
was-
logged in? They just
I'm
removed
grateful that
StarCraft
Bethesda
from...
reached out to me to provide me this game. Because, you know, any game that pretty much...
I only watch StarCraft streams. Categories we think you might like. Wow, they just like botched it right off the front page for me. You know what game I might like? The game I like. I click on Upper Zelda. Then I can probably click on StarCraft from here. There we go. For GG. What is this? Mestre do APM. I feel like it's not English. Let's see.
Eu mesmo. A gente tava conversando, fazer essa história.
Target acquired.
I was correcto. It was either really poorly written English, which is not uncommon on the internet, or the do was for a different language. Who do we host? Silver to Grandmaster. I like it. He's skipping the bronze. Forget these bronze to Grandmaster noobs. What's that software? Prometheum has the ability to run reruns? Does that mean everyone has it? 'Cause he's a tiny streamer. I thought only big streams got that. Netmech. I guess Florenzio? Oh, special streaming. I'm finally calling him special. I called him Major for so long. Couldn't get used to his new name. He's keeping the weight off. Good for him. Alright, let's tell him the host.
Man, what is wrong with this guy?
He's playing in the EPT Cup. I used to host M. Canning back when he had like single digit viewers. Now he's a monster host. He should be hosting me now. I need his help more than the other way around. Alright, have a good one, guys. I'm out of here.